Hello, hello. How are we? Are we good? I hope so. Hi, wife. I love you. Oh my god, that... Hi, wife.
Hi.
It's Cooper.
He's pretzeling.
He's a good boy.
In case anyone wants to wonder, he's pretzeling.
He is indeed pretzeling. Oh, let me make sure I have sounded stuff set up. Cool. Oh yeah, we get the better theme in here now. Not to knock the original Firelink Shrine theme, but the Secret Betrayal version is so much better. IMO. Anyway, before we jump immediately into solving the mystery, I want to give people a few minutes to show up, and then we'll get right to it.
How are you all?
Maybe give myself a chance to grab myself some, new armor. Probably better to level, actually, but...
Ah.
It's a good song.
It's worth it for Bad Boy.
It's true. So it's 18,000? Yeah, what the hell. I'll waste a level for the fashion. Sometimes that's just, you know, what's necessary. Wouldn't you agree, my dear?
Ashen 1.
Oh, fuck yes. What a look. I really should switch to a better looking shield, but I have such a fondness for this one in particular, and I can't explain why. I just like it. Pardon my cracks. Oh, yeah, we have one here, too. Do be safe. Yeah, a tree fell, and,
Took out our neighbor's cable. Oh.
our lights just flickered.
Oh my god. Hold on, I have to check the weather right now to see if there's like a severe storm warning.
Okay, can you unplug the heater?
Yeah. I will unplug whatever you ask me to unplug. I'm gonna go back in the room for a second just to unplug our stuff that's usually plugged in.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, northeast weather does not look great, so hopefully we can get through the stream. That was me knocking on wood. But if we go down all of a sudden, you will know why. For once, it won't be my shitty internet. It will be...
The power strip that's plugged into the TV in, but everything else is unplugged.
Okay.
Unless you want me to unplug that too.
No, I think that's fine. Whenever we should tackle the other thing I'm planning to tackle before we do the DLC first. Just to give people time to show up. I didn't think of anything majorly important for the build that we missed. I don't think we missed anything. And the reclusive lord of the profaned capital. Yorm the buddy. So we can go grab some stuff there. I'm hoping we get a fair amount of folks to show up this time. I know Mondays are typically slow, but I'm gonna get some folks just because there's some really good mysteries here, and one of my most controversial theories By controversial, I mean a lot of lore people hear it and say, what the fuck?
It's got some good evidence.
Oh, yeah, no, I can defend it. I would not propose a theory I don't feel comfortable defending. Nice. I got these to +10, right? Okay. Just trying to get Goddard's up to +10, I guess. Because it's fun. Oh yeah, I've already mentioned it, but make sure you... Let's take a closer look at these statues real quick. First thing to note is that this figure with the gorgeous hair has a sword spear similar to Ornstein's, and he also has a crown similar to Gwyn's. So clearly there's a connection to the, like, the Gwyn family. Or, like, Gwyn society. And he does have a sick scarf, you're right. That's where that is. I always forget. It's just such a little out-of-the-way place. And unlike some other very frustrating areas, the item is actually placed in a hidden area the way it should be. The amount of spots in this game that look like they should have an item there but don't pisses me off to no end.
Maybe they forgot to add it.
I'm just glad Cinders takes like every single one of those little places that irks me and puts an item there. And that's why it's the best mod ever. That's okay. Technically we don't start until 5, so you're on time. Well, dude really thought he could parry me. Don't you know who I am? That's true. Also, who have I not said hi to? Hi, Mistart. Hi, Ariel. Hi, Hadon. Hi, Esper. We are going to be meeting them within, like, the next 10 minutes. I'm just clearing out some stuff from the area. Hi, Gay Middles. We got an ooh, because the power flickered again, but... Yeah, we do meet Andre. He's my gay dad. Well, he's my gay grandpa. My gay dads are Sigvard and Yorm. Oh my god, he parried me. That... I feel like that animation was not meant to work that way. I love the weapon art on this thing. Yo! Okay, that was sick. Hi, Blink Spat. Ah! Hi, Dude Snack. Much have I missed? I mean, I don't know. What, like, just today? You haven't missed much. We literally have just been walking around Archdragon Peak collecting some stuff. And I mentioned that the mysterious figure in the statue has a crown similar to Gwyn's and a sword spear similar to Ornstein. Oofta. Yeah, no, it's a... The man serpents, which is what these guys are called, have some really awesome animations.
By the power of the dark sun.
Gopher, thank you so much for the resub. 8 months, my goodness. I think you've had the longest sub streak of anybody. I'm pretty sure. Oh, hey, Don, you get to pick a hat. What hat do you want? I believe you redeemed hats off. I thought I saw it.
Yeah. They did redeem it, they just haven't said what hat they want.
Thrall hood.
Thrall.
Oh.
Yes!
No, I have the slur hat.
Bastard time.
I'm gonna have this for the boss cutscene.
Can she take it off for the cutscene?
That's up to them. Oh yeah, that's true. The slur hat, because funny YouTube man that uses slurs wears this hat. Because funny. This one kunai dude is the bane of my fucking existence. Thralls are... I hate Thralls. They're like some of the worst enemies I've ever fought in any game. Oh. Damn it. I thought that guy might drop some Titanite. Oh boy. Okay, so I can't swear for 5 minutes. Why would you tell me about it if you're just gonna spoil it? Now I have no desire to watch it. Oy vey. I gotta take out this summoner guy. What action between it? Oh. Right. Ironic. I'm just gonna see if I can grab a couple more Titanites, and then we will get to it. There's one behind me, isn't there? Yep. Reminds me that... Oh, god damn it. Wait, does that count as a does that count as a swear? If you can say it on TV... Does damn count as a swear? Do I have to restart for that? It does? Okay. I'll start again now, then. Where's that darn 4th Chaos Emerald? Bye. These dudes drop scales. I don't need scales. I need scales for New Game Plus, because there's an item that's powered by scales in New Game Plus that I want, but... Hi, Notorious. I love Poseidon. It reminds me of Morel from Hunter x Hunter. Shout out to Hunter x Hunter, as always.
Just what?
Damn.
Pretty BK.
57. Wow. I'm only level 97. I forgot how much the leveling cost just jumps up. Excuse me.
Ashen 1.
Welcome home.
I still need to watch that.
Very then take.
I've never seen it.
Farewell, Ashen One. May
I've heard good and bad things. Oh yeah, I want to get Ricard's rapier.
And the wind out there is going nuts.
Yeah, no, I've never seen Into the Spider-Verse. Dang it. Like, it's one of those things that, like, I'll get around to watching it. Could have sworn you got an item for meditating here. Oh, yeah, so before we hop in the boss fight, which we're going to do in like a couple minutes, I would say within like 3 to 5 minutes, we can go over the clues that we've already discussed regarding the identity of the individual who's like in charge. Land, goddamn you. Oh my god. Okay, that's not much damage. We might have to reconsider that. Lesson learned. Ah! Sometimes life teaches us things. It is indeed a big boy. Wyverns are big. I'm just gonna go for it. Fuck it. We got some time. This might take us like 10 minutes though, so maybe not. Oh my god, Nico! Hi! Good to have you here. What companion? Okay, so let's go over the clues, because I've been having fun, like, allowing you to draw your conclusions. So, let's take a second. Here are the clues. We have 1. Oh boy. Oh, I'm sorry, Nico. I'm glad you're here, though. Hopefully we can stay online without the power going out.
Did you just knock on the desk?
Yeah.
Hi, Nico.
So, here are our clues. Clue number 1. The sunlight metals being everywhere. Clue number 2. Ornstein's spear being there. Clue number 3. The dragon cult. Clue number 4, the mysterious figure having a similar spear to Ornstein. And clue number 5, the person having a similar crown to Gwyn. Ooh, our power just flickered a fair bit.
Something fierce.
So, fingers crossed, gamers.
Everyone just like say a little thought and prayer in your heart for us.
So anyway, we've got all the pieces together, and now it is time for you to attempt to solve the mystery. And then I will provide the answer when all is said and done. But... a UPS? What do you mean?
Postal Service.
Nothing will remain once the bell has tolled. I love that message. So ringing this bell is probably discouraged. I'm taking this off for the boss fight. I'm sorry. I'll put it back on after. Just because there's a cutscene in the middle of the fight and I want to look good. Who is Hassan? Nothing will remain once the bell is tolled. It's a good ass line. Oh, I don't have it now. Got... Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's pull the bell.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Waviku, thank you for the follow. And we're closing in on 600, huh? I didn't even know it. Alright, it's time to test your theories. My controller's going nuts. Oh boy. That called a bit of a storm, huh? Hi, face. So, yeah, the whole nothing will remain. Basically, the sun was hidden away, and this big ol' storm whipped up. So that, I guess that's what it means. I'm just gonna make sure I have a good build for this, because holy shit is this boss hard. I only have 2 gold piners, and that's not great. It's fine, though. Everything's fine. What about... have those on hand. Alright, let's see who it is. That's the dude, but he brought a friend. This is the King of the Storm, is the name of the thing he's riding. Oh my god, it's been a while since I fought this boss, and he is not easy. Well, strong start. Strong start. We're doing good.
Hell yeah. First try.
First try. That puts us over. Yeah, this boss, I had a really, really hard time. First try, Pog. I had a really hard time with this boss my first go around. Yeah, I might have to come back to it, honestly. Typically, I'm a little higher level when I fight it. So yeah, probably worth noting right off the bat that despite being like a dragon-heavy place, he does use lightning. Normally this is the attack I most like to use to dish out damage, but I was poorly positioned. Oh boy. Yeah, it's been a while. So you'll have to bear with me, because this one's a little tough. Oh yeah, good luck. I'm motivated by my students. I will mention when I am motivated. Okay. Ah, shit, I forgot the lock-on doesn't work very well for this fight. Okay. Didn't even look. Yeah, the real trick is, the dude on top, who's, we will figure out the identity of later, is, you have to delay your rolls. They're really, really tricky. He just has a weird delay on his attacks. Not in, like, a broken way, but just in a very challenging way. Okay, come on. That was a little... I don't know about that. He also... There's also very little margin for error just because he deals so much damage. Nice. Okay. It's called a sword spear. Okay, now I'm a little motivated. Oh yeah, this cutscene's emotional. Now tell me, does that look familiar at all to you? Ooh, this person really cared deeply for that creature. Yeah, no, he was not happy about having to do that. This is the Nameless King. And he's extremely difficult. And he has a whole mess of health. that was a fail. That was a bad move. You made a bad move, little ant. Let's make sure I watch my stamina. Oh my god. Missed up on that timing just a tiny bit, but a tiny bit's enough. Forgive my lack of mid-fight lore, it's just, I really have a hard time with this boss. Oh, that might cost me. That might cost me the whole thing. So, his command of lightning certainly seems, familiar. Given we've had to, deal with another king that used lightning, haven't we? Is this starting to make sense? Yeah. Those delays. Oh my god, I was like spamming square, just like desperately trying to not to get got by that. There we go. Whew. Now that's what I call motivation. Whew. First try. Thank you. Okay, those of you that haven't played the game, I would love to hear your theories about who that person is. Thank you, Nico. And then I will give the big reveal. It is not your dad. That's okay. I'll go over it. First, let's read about his soul. The Nameless King was once a dragon-slaying god of war, before he sacrificed everything to ally himself with the ancient dragons. Uvakyu, you hit the nail on the head. This is Gwyn's firstborn son. The one whose name was stricken from history. Hence, the Nameless King. Congrats. Shout out to you, Aviku. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, the one who had the statues broken. Yeah, and it seems like the reason that he was purged from history is because he chose to ally himself with the dragons. Because maybe he realized that genocide was like a bad thing. Which, you know, good for him. And so he left to either found or join / lead the dragon cult. Yeah, no, it's true. They really genuinely had all this planned out. It's impressive. It's also worth noting that the Warriors of Sunlight came from worship of the firstborn. So it seems like the Warriors of Sunlight, like, ultimate reward was to be transported here to learn how to become a dragon from, like, with the help of Gwyn's firstborn. So that is what happened to Gwyn's firstborn, which means we killed one of the Gwynkids. 2 down, 1 to go. Now, here is where things get interesting. What was the dragon? Well, I'm glad you asked, because it is time to get into my second most contentious theory. And that starts with the fact that we find Ornstein's armor on the ground here. Now, what's interesting about that is the fact that it is not on a body. This is a point where I actually had a debate with another lore person who falsely claimed it was, like, on a body, but... So the armor's here, but Ornstein didn't die here, meaning Ornstein removed the armor and dropped his weapon, as we know. He didn't come here to fight. Golden Lion armor associated with Dragonslayer Ornstein, from the Age of Gods and imbued with the strength of lightning. In the Dragonless Age, this knight, who long guarded the ruined cathedral, left the land in search of the Nameless King. Well, that's not Ornstein, that's just kind of based on it. So, here's where it gets a little gay. Ornstein served the Nameless King before all else. And when the Nameless King left, he ended up coming to work for Gwyn, as we know. But after Gwyn, like, left... Exactly, it's a god and a knight, just like Gwendolyn and Dark Moon Knightess. He abandoned his service, which is why he, You remember how I mentioned back in Dark Souls 1 that the Ornstein in the cathedral is an illusion? That's because Gwendolyn allowed the original Ornstein, like the actual Ornstein, to leave, to desert his duties to go look for the Nameless King, which means he went there specifically to seek him out. And yes, I think that a knight whose first loyalty was to the man he loved rather than Gwyn certainly tracks. And I think that, you know, N.K. Steen, as it is called, Nameless King and Ornstein, is one of the most popular ships in the series for a reason. They were definitely romantically involved. Now, let's talk about some more stuff before we get to, like, the really controversial part of the theory. Yeah, no, I love discussions of Gwendolyn and Ornstein. They were just, like, gay lesbian solidarity, and she was like, yeah, go ahead, I'll cover for you. Once a slayer of dragons, the former king and war god tamed a storm drake on which he led a lifetime of battle. This miracle is likely a tale of their bond. Yeah, Miyazaki accidentally writing gay shit again. The Nameless King, ally of ancient dragons, fought beside the storm drake in countless battles. When the great beast fell, the king claimed his soul, as was the custom in the Age of Gods. Now, we've seen that before. Claiming a soul was what Ornstein and Smo do in their boss fight. A dragon-hunting weapon from the Age of the Gods, the earliest form of the cross spear, serving as both sword and spear. The owner was the Nameless King, and deific hunter of dragons. The sword spear is imbued with lightning, of which he was the heir. So yeah, that pretty firmly establishes that he is, you know, Gwyn's firstborn son. But here is where... Okay. Should I break out the weird part of the theory now? Yeah, it's the only one that has 3 options for transposition, actually. It's very special. Just like him.
Ashen One, be sure to bring more souls.
So, here's the theory, which is the Storm Drake, the King of the Storm, the purple dragon thing that he was riding on, is Ornstein. I'll give you a minute to process that, and then I will start explaining why. Okay, so I know that sounds insane, but I do actually have evidence to back it up. So, first things first, right? You've got the fact that Ornstein took off his armor and threw aside his weapon in the area where we meet with them. Second of all, you've got the whole... He claims his soul in the same manner that his soul is claimed in the Ornstein and Smo boss fight. Then you've also got the fact that his fight, the theme in it, actually has snippets of Ornstein and Smo's theme within it. Like, that's not even bullshit. Like, you can look it up. Like, also automatically suggesting a connection to Ornstein. Ow. Yeah, no, he threw an axe at me.
Oh.
Oh boy, I have miscalculated. Yeah. That's the word, thank you. I don't know shit about music. But yeah. Yeah, no, dragons are inherently gay. So given the fact that people come there to turn into dragons, I don't think it's a stretch. It also talks about how they lived a lifetime of battle and fought in countless battles today. Or, like, fought in countless battles, like, over their lifetimes and their history. And there aren't really... Like, one character that lines up best with that is Ornstein, who we fought alongside in countless battles. And there's also the fact that it is not a dragon. It's the only, it's actually the only instance of a drake being referenced in Dark Souls 3. Drakes are referenced in other, like in Dark Souls 1, but drakes, drakes are only specifically mentioned with Ornstein there. You know, Seath is an incel and is not allowed to be a dragon, which is why he doesn't have scales. There's your deep fucking lore for you. Jesus Christ. Oh, come on. I forgot to equip the Hornet Ring. Shame on me. There we go. So yes, admittedly, there is speculation involved. I won't pretend there isn't. But otherwise, what happened to Ornstein? like, I don't think they would put all of that information there and then just not, and then just have all of that be a red herring. I mean, sure, it's possible, but all evidence points to the Storm Drake being Ornstein. And it's like, do you ever love your boyfriend so much you turn into a dragon for him? That's romance.
That's not love, then I don't know what is.
Exactly. Thank you, babe.
There's a ghost in here.
Hmm?
There's a ghost in here.
Based on what?
That opened and he's been asleep over here.
Oh my god.
Maybe it wasn't him this whole time. I'm sorry for blaming you, bud.
Who wouldn't be a dragon?
Welcome. Very then taken.
Babe, I'd turn into a dragon for you.
I turned into a dragon for you.
Farewell, Ashen Mason.
I turned into a dragon for, like, the McChicken also.
That's true.
Because, like, I turned into a dragon for free. What about you?
Depends on the type. I want hands.
Like a dragon, like a perfect one. Yeah, it has hands, it has wings, it can do things, it has thumbs.
Fuck yeah. But yeah, their story is definitely a romance, and it is still sad. Like, you can, like, again, the way that Nameless's hand, like, shakes before claiming Ornstein's soul is very sad.
He doesn't want to do it, but he knows that, like, he's gonna die either way, so he's like, might as well.
Also, if you kill, like, Fingers of Rosaria, fun fact, if you kill the Fingers of Rosaria that invade you, these grubs show up because they are, you know, they are reborn, right? And so if you're reborn too many times, you turn into one of these, which is why you can only be reborn 5 times per new game cycle unless you use the infinite exploit, which I might do if I need to rework my stats. I'll show off the exploit at some point. Anyway, the reason I'm coming here is to carry out our last side quest line before we hit the DLC. So first things first, you have to join Rosaria's Covenant and rank up once. Now, I mentioned Rosaria a while back and said we'll come back to it, and I'm sorry it took me so long, but it is time to finally talk about Rosaria. Real quick.
Fingers.
And her fingers. Let me drop my links real quick. Assuming they work. There we go. Rosaria is a babe, it's true. Now, having ranked up, Leonard should show up here. Did I not talk to him back in Firelink Shrine? Did I ever kill the Dark Wraith? I don't think I ever even... I don't even know if I did his quest line. Oopsie doopsie. But yes, so we've discussed Rosaria some. Specifically the fact that her man-grubs use feather magic similar to Gertrude's and the stuff that Lothric uses. Thank you, I will hydrate right now.
Oh, what a coincidence. I'm hydrating too. I didn't even see that.
What are the odds? I will stretch momentarily once this guy stops throwing swords at me. Well, knives. You know what I mean.
We've all been there. Just trying to hang out if someone starts throwing knives at you.
You can hear all my bones popping and creaking.
You poor thing.
I'm fine. Yeah, we've also found them in a couple specific locations. Like, in addition to being in the cathedral. Like, you know, we found them in the cathedral, which is one thing. But we also found them, or at least individual ones, in both Irithyll and Lorethrough, the place. So in Irithyll, we found a dead one outside of, like, kind of the city limits that had a healing miracle on it. And then in Lorethrough, we found one, like, below the cage in the Grand Archives. The cage that most likely houses Gertrude. Or the body of Gertrude.
Housed.
There we go. So, whoever she has a connection to those two locations, and that's going to be relevant.
You found a proper red eye. Brilliant. I knew you were a dangerous woman.
It's true.
Now invade and pillage all you like.
I can't, I'm offline.
And if you grow weary of your duty, you too may become a finger.
I got a finger for you right here.
Give yourself to Rosaria of the Cathedral of the Deep.
Keep it PG-13.
Oh no, I just meant like flip them
Now
off.
in and come.
That's not nice.
Now we can go and continue the quest line. See, I'm sure some of you have formed your conclusions about who exactly Rosaria is. But I will reveal a lot, you know, at the end. It's also worth noting all of the cribs and cradles in this room. Obviously, she's the mother of rebirth, so it's kind of, you know, that fits, but there's more to it than that.
So, you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger.
Simp.
But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie.
I love that the
But do
lesbian
not
simp was a
force your
buddy.
romance upon the rest of us.
Oh, yes, so the mention of romance there means that Yellowfinger Hazel, the lesbian that invaded us in the swamp, may have had romantic feelings for Rosaria, so that's a little gay, but, you know.
I mean, I
Rosaria's
feel like all
fingers
of her
otherwise
fingers
you
are
are
just
forbidden.
they're simps.
That's why Kirk follows her. He's King Simp. Let's take one more look at Rosaria. Because remember, she doesn't have a tongue. Otherwise, she looks fairly human. I mean, she's way too big, so she's probably a god. This long hair and this creature she's kind of cradling. It looks more like... It looks more like the man grubs, but, like, larger.
So I'm not sure. Is it part of her?
It is not part of her. I've had that asked. It is a creature that she is cradling. Perhaps one that she recently, like, gave birth to.
So she just like onto it to let it go off on its own.
Mm-hmm. or it is like a specific individual that she wants to take care of.
No.
Anyway, we gotta leave and come back. Then we can progress that quest line. And then once we complete this quest line, then we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Uh-oh. She's dead.
We were just here.
But the black eye orb is there. Oh yeah, you can still look with her body. The black eye orb, for those that don't remember, is an item that we got from the Firekeeper's body that allowed us to invade the world of Lautrec to get the Firekeeper's soul back. And now we have another one. It says, invade the world of Rosaria's killer. Arcane orb left on Rosaria's corpse. Have faith her soul can be retrieved by invading the world of her killer and returning victorious. The black eye is proof of vengeance, but often appears serene as it casts its gaze toward Irithyll. So Rosaria is connected to Irithyll. However, she's not just connected to any old part of Irithyll. She's connected to Anor Londo. And I can imagine some of you may be forming a connection. The pieces aren't there yet, but they will be. And then for those that have not figured out, I will spell it out, don't worry. But the location should make things fairly clear. Because where did he take it? He took it to Gwynevere's room. Now, why would he take Rosaria's soul to Gwynevere's room? Let's find out.
Well, never expected to see you here. Felt sorry for the poor thing in all her festering glory. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sowed the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonard, swear so upon my vows to the goddess.
So that's interesting. He's saying that he didn't betray her. He's helping her by bringing her soul here.
Destroy my soul. Certainly no beast wrapped in human skin.
Bro, this isn't Bloodborne.
He's just saying
But with her soul, isn't flesh enough for a sick beast? Blessed Rosaria.
He calls out Blessed Rosaria at the end. So he didn't view this as a betrayal. So that probably helps spell it out a bit more. But we picked up her soul as well as a couple other items, so we can read those over. In his youth, Leonard suffered grave burns to his entire body. His face in particular, which he hid beneath his mask, was terribly scalded. He abstained from restoring those injuries, even after becoming a finger of Rosaria. So he could have been reborn, but chose not to be. Ringfinger Leonard's weapon of choice, a type of shodel imbued with the power of the moon. Leonard set out on a journey of rebirth, but decided instead to serve the goddess as a knight and inherited this weapon. So it seems like Rosaria had a weapon connected to the moon.
Upon your journey.
Before you ask, no, Rosaria is not Gwendolyn. That would be wild, but no.
You're warmer, though.
President Hexy Sentai, thank you for the follow. Very well played. That one I can actually say out loud. So let's work out the tiny things. I can assume that a fair amount of you have figured this out by now. The soul of Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, stolen by Ringfinger Leonard. Return this to her extant corpse, and Mother Rosaria will spring back to life, as if nothing had ever happened. Now, here's what's interesting. There's a reason why I saved this soul, which is the Nameless King's soul has these swirls around it, which we can see. Her soul is just the swirl. Meaning this is the soul of a god, but it's one that's kind of been hollowed out and burnt out, if you will. Probably from overuse.
Aha, thou returned, and a fine day it is. So,
You can't, no. But here's where things get a little more clear. Special miracle granted by the Princess of Sunlight. The miracles of Gwynevere, loved as both mother and wife, bestow their blessing on a great many warriors. Do we have anything? So, yeah, in case that wasn't clear by now, Rosaria is Gwynevere. I told you we'd be covering a lot of Gwynkid stuff today.
Gwyn show.
There's more to it than that, too. But I can't remember. There's a specific item that offers more insight into her as well. I'm just trying to remember which one it is. I think it's one that you get from her questline.
I took the Manchu all the more.
Yeah. So, here's what happens, basically. The Obscuring Ring mentions that Rosaria had her tongue cut out. How she lost it? She had her tongue cut out by her eldest son. No, that's okay. I can summarize it. Thank you, though. Yeah, she had her tongue cut out by her eldest son. And her eldest son, if it's Gwynevere, would be Lorien. So it isn't... My theory surrounding that is that as revenge/punishment for her condemning Lothric to the flame, Lorien cut out her tongue in retribution. And she fled. So I'm going to take a second here, because a fair amount of this is spread out through various little pieces of lore, and I'm just going to go over Gwynevere's storyline. And some of this is admittedly based on speculation, but it's a really interesting storyline. I will hydrate real quick first. Thank you.
You're gonna be talking more, you gotta drink your water.
It's true. Just know that, while I can't claim this is every last detail is 100% explicitly canon, I spent a lot of time building this theory based on as much in-game and developer/art book information as I possibly could. So, here's the scoop. Gwynevere abandons her sister and leaves Anne Orlando. Kind of a shitty move, but, like, you know. What can you do? And she moves with Flame God Flan. Now, without wishing to go too much into Dark Souls 2 spoilers, there's evidence to suggest that she moved on from Flan. That either Flan died or something else, and she kept moving. And she persisted, and eventually she ended up as Queen of Lorethrough. Now, as we know, she was, unfortunately, very abused by Seath, and most likely developed a motivation based around, you know, survival. She adapted. You know, as a lot of, you know, victims of abuse tend to adapt, and focused on her survival instinct and prioritizing that. And so she moved from place to place, trying to survive and, you know, continue to exist as the fire faded again and again. And ultimately ended up in Lorethrough, the place. Now, what's so tragic about that is that her husband, Osiris, came to worship Seath and resemble Seath more and more, and so it was like she was right back where she started. And, you know, through that survival instinct... Real quick, is my mic picking that up? Because there's somebody going hard with, like, a chainsaw outside.
I think they're cutting off the pieces of the tree that fell earlier.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not too loud on the mic, because I'm going over the important shit. I can hear it? Or you can hear it? Okay.
You want to take a break, maybe get some water and see if that calms down?
Maybe. Okay, cool. Yeah, this theory I'm partial to, because I think I wrote up, like, 6 or 7 pages worth of theory about Gwynevere's history specifically. Like, I have a lot of stuff about it. But anyway, so a lot of stuff happened that I can cover in greater detail, like on my server or whatever. But the gist is, yeah, she ended up there. She ended up with Osiris, and out of that need for survival, she allowed or participated in, you know, the attempts to link the fire and create a worthy heir. Now, it seems like she was not as on board with it as Osiris was, because it mentions how, here, the Queen of Lorethrough alone cared to wish the poor souls good fortune. So it seems like she cared more about the Unkindled than other people did, like Osiris did. And so she had her kids and all that stuff, and then it mentions that she quietly disappeared. So most likely she fled Lorethrough, just as she'd fled so many places before. But that's really understandable, given the whole, you know, husband turning into an alternate version of your abuser thing. I can certainly understand wanting to leave. And also, you know, her tongue got cut out. So she books it, right? She flees, And where does she flee to but a Cathedral of the Way of White, as she is worshipped by the Way of White, because they worship like the Gwyn family. So she takes refuge in there. And then ultimately, the church is unfortunately Cathedral of the Deep. It falls to the deep, and she's stuck there. And so, without anywhere to turn, she has to rebirth herself. She has to sacrifice some of her essence in order to allow her followers to be reborn to defend her. Now, her followers, a lot of them are most likely people who fled Lothric with her, perhaps handmaidens, etc. And she engaged in that process to have defenders, and we actually can tell because a number of the corpses of the man-grubs are strung up everywhere, shot by giant arrows and otherwise, like, impaled, meaning they most likely died fighting. They most likely died fighting to defend her. Well, there's a question about who her gay knight is. There's two possibilities. Yeah. I really didn't like her as a character at first. I viewed her as a villain, but she's very sympathetic. She did a lot wrong, and there's some stuff I can't forgive her for, like abandoning Gwendolyn and going along with what happened to Lothric, because, I mean, like, we saw what happened to Lothric. But she's definitely a tragic, sympathetic figure. And there's also the fact that she's the mother of rebirth, when Gwynevere was, in fact, like, the goddess of fertility and birth. So that also tracks. Now, the question of why she has the invaders with the tongue thing is two possibilities. One being that she, upon being reborn, has lost herself. Has, lost who she was, and so she's just kind of rewards the tongues because her mind only knows, like, I need a tongue, and so being given these tongues, even if she can't use them, causes rewards. Or, alternatively, they kind of misinterpret her will because she can't talk. And the final one being she kind of has turned bitter and jaded and just kind of went evil, which I don't want to believe because I like Gwynevere and, like, I would hope she didn't turn evil, but, like, it is a possibility that has to be considered. Now, that would also offer a lot of explanation as to where, like, the location of those specific man-grubs. We've got one outside Irithyll, and as we know, Irithyll was ruled over by Gwendolyn, meaning she most likely sent one there either to watch, watch over Irithyll and report back, or in an attempt to contact Gwendolyn to ask for help, or even to warn her. I'll get to that, Esper. And then there's also one in the Kingdom of Lothric near Gertrude, meaning she may have been attempting to send one to rescue her daughter. And there are two possibilities there. One being she failed, she was too late, hence the body being Gertrude's. The other being that was simply a follower of Gertrude, hence having, like, Gertrude's words written down, and that the grub she is keeping close to her is Gertrude. That's another possibility. Now, one question is whether or not she maintained contact with Gwendolyn. One of her handmaids was in Irithyll and became the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, so that is possible. That, like, she traveled there, and the Moonlight Crescent sword. But it also doesn't super make sense. Like, them having any sort of, like, deeper connection, especially since she, like, ran away and would maintain distance. That's, like, a whole thing. So that's the rundown, mostly, on Gwynevere. Would Gwynevere be considered hollow? Gods can't hollow. Gods can sacrifice so much of their souls that they become kind of dried out husks, but it's not hollowing. Like, when they're not undead. When they die, they don't come back to life. That's like a thing. So, she might not be hollow, but she may have, yes, lost herself pretty completely. And what I find tragic about that is that out of Gwyn's 3 children, she's the only one that survives. And I mean, she can die. We can leave her be there. We don't have to return her soul. But if you return her soul, she survives, whereas Gwendolyn arguably dies. There's a case to be made for her being alive, but I'll leave that aside for now. There's, Gwendolyn arguably dies, Nameless King dies, but Gwynevere survives. And what I find so tragic about that is, she was driven by the need to survive. So she moved from kingdom to kingdom, doing whatever she had to do. And the fact that at the end, she's just the only one left, but she's not even herself anymore. She was so desperate to survive that she ultimately became nothing else but alive. Just a husk of who she was, alive but barely conscious. And that is really tragic. Her story is very sad, and no matter how many of the very morally questionable things she's done, I can't help feeling a lot of sympathy for her. And so the question of whether or not to give her her soul back is less obvious than it first appears. Like, do we restore her soul and allow her to keep surviving, or do we let her rest? Like, do we just let this be the end of it? Like, would she want to keep surviving if that was her drive, or would this be a mercy not to return it to her? That's a pretty big question, and it's one I will leave you to ponder over while I run to the bathroom and grab some water. So I will be back momentarily. You guys can ponder over that in the meantime. I haven't eaten much today, okay? I'm allowed to have an Oreo. Mosslings, thank you for the follow. Sorry, let me play the message for you.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
There we go. I just don't want you to have to hear me chewing unless it's an ASMR thing. Anyway, what was the verdict on what we do with Gwynevere? Okay. Oh, we've got some dissension. That's 2 against 2. We need a tiebreaker. Somebody's gonna make the call.
Someone's gotta.
Oh, hell yeah, Ample C. Also, hi. The gays have it. Oh no, now it's 3 against 3. Do we put her soul back or no? Okay. Now it's 4 against 3. We're letting her rest.
Can you bring her soul back to Orlando?
Yeah, but you can just leave it there. So we could do that. That's not a bad idea, babe. You're wise. Oy vey.
Oh my god, okay. Okay, everyone who wants to give her soul back, say yay. Everyone who wants to keep her soul, say nay.
So yeah, yay for give, nay for take.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god. We're just gonna be tied up forever, huh? What am I gonna do with you people? Oh.
You motherfuckers planned this, didn't you? Should we give it a little more minute? People are still.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're still we're tied still. Oh, this is brutal. This happens every time. This happens every single time I do a poll on Twitter too. It's always tied up.
You did vote wannabe cat. You said no.
Okay, yeah, we can choose later. We can think it over. Twitch chat plays euthanasia.
Oh my god!
That's fucked up.
Merciful euthanasia.
That's fucked up.
That's funny.
I love it though. That's very funny actually. Okay. Are we ready to do DLC now? are we ready to do DLC? Do I need to give a refresher on the start of the DLC that we, like, walked into? DLC Pog, indeed. So, when we last left our heroes, we were in the church and we saw this dude, Slave Knight Gale, praying to the to a merciful goddess, Mother of the Forlorn, and he had a scrap of a painted world. The Painting of Ariandel. And he says that his lady, like the lady that he works for, like a knight and her lady, lives in the painted world, and you need to show her flame. Oh yeah, no, it's fine to know though, so... We don't know his name, but we find out his name pretty early on, so it's okay to know off the bat. Off the bat, you know what I mean. Hebla hebla blah. You know what I'm saying. You get it. Hopefully. Anyway, where was I?
Did you check your posture?
I did. Off the top of the bat. New phrase. I'm coining it.
You didn't come up with it, though.
Well, top of your head and off the bat are two different phrases. I just put them together.
Middle said top of the bat before you did.
No, I said it earlier and they're quoting me. Okay, so he says, like, show my lady flame. Thou, like, your ash, is it not fire that you seek? And then you touch it, you get yanked in because, you know, Ashen One Toucher of things. And he says, and then the ashes were two, meaning there's another Ashen One in here. He also mentions that the painting is rotted. He gives you the piece of the painting, and he says, Painting of Ariandel, rotted scrap of it, that is. So now we're in the painting world. We have to find his lady and figure out what's going on here. Obviously, the snowy area seems very reminiscent of the painted world of Ariamis from the first game. So there are a bunch of these dudes here. I know that seemed mean, but they all do turn hostile. And they have a very unique fighting style. One of my favorite fighting styles in the series, actually. They attack as, like, a pack, kind of. Almost like animals. Like, they have these very, very coordinated attack strategies. Why did I do that? Now, these guys are called Followers of Farron, which means, yes, they are connected to the Abyss Watchers. But they themselves are not Abyss Watchers. Yeah, no, I really enjoy fighting them. They have one of my favorite, like, fighting styles in the series. Now, a lot of their lore you get from items, so, like, if we don't get the items, I will read off the lore, but they're called Farron Followers, so, yeah. They're connected to the Abyss Watchers. But they themselves are not Abyss Watchers. That's a point of confusion, but they are just... They're connected, but they aren't, you know, the big ones. Now, as we know, the painted world, at least of Ariamis, is a place where the Forlorn are drawn. And it seems like the painted world of Ariandel is the same. Thank you. Does my voice sound scratchy? Can you tell I need to hydrate? It's always the giveaway. Plus you get to see my model freak out. I mean my face, because that's me. So it seems like the Painting of Ariandel is a similar way. Because remember, we got this from the Corvian. Staff of a heretic storyteller who shares tales of the painted world to forlorn souls. The storytellers, too, are wretched beings with no place to go. Their bodies, souls, and even their staves are all tainted through and through. So yeah, it seems like people and creatures with nowhere to go and no
Blessing of
hope
the
end
moon
up
upon your
here.
journey.
Ancient underground biomech, thank you for the follow. I would love to know more about this biomech. My god, that puts us at 591, I think. We're nearly at 600. That's nuts. Night, Ariel. It lives underground? Cool. I love it already. Oh yeah, there's a fair amount of wolves in this DLC. I don't like killing them because I like wolves, but
I mean, you gotta
what can you do?
to get through it.
Sup, lads? That didn't work. That didn't work. I have made a slight miscalculation. That tree is moving. Okay, that was a hitbox. That tree is actually a lady. Huh?
Turn into ladies.
I mean, normally I like when trees turn into ladies, because it's like, woohoo, ladies, but...
Frostbitten.
Oh yeah, I had to do the DLC at level 1, and that was rough. There we go. Did it all for the lore. Worth every second. Light spear wielded by the fair and followers. Balanced to allow for throwing. You live your truth, Athena. I can't tell you what to do. Unless it's to donate to me.
Please donate.
The followers attack in groups, surrounding foes, shielding themselves and thrusting their spears at their foes. On a final command, they hurl their spears at the fallen foe to give the retired warrior an honorable send-off. Now that is really interesting. Because it seems like, again, they're trying to be honorable. They aren't doing this out of malice or anything. And that their job was, yeah, to kind of put down like warriors that had fallen. So most likely, given what we know about the Abyss Watchers, kind of when a Watcher succumbed to the Abyss, it was their job to put him down. Well. Uh-oh.
I don't know if y'all are interested or
He's a very special boy. A lot of these crying trees. We're gonna talk about the trees in time. There's some stuff we're gonna have to go back for, too. But I love that skip. It lets us get through some of the most annoying parts of the DLC. I should also mention, this DLC is very short. In fact, it's one of the most disappointing DLCs in the series, not because of the lack of lore, but just because of the length for the price.
Kind of a ripoff.
Kind of a ripoff, yeah. But, on the plus side, we are going to be answering a lot of questions that I promised to answer earlier on. Specifically, what happened to some specific characters in Dark Souls 1, what's up with Sullivan. I said I would explain some when we got to the Painted World, and a few other questions. Doesn't really... yeah. Oh, actually, there's a tiny bit of info there. Weapons imbued with frost are a rare thing indeed, most of them originating in the Boreal Valley. So that's neat. It seems like the frost, like, moss that we get from here is connected to the Boreal Valley. But how? We will discuss. I am stretching.
I said I'll also stretch.
Now then. Where was I? Okay, so... yeah. The reason why the followers are here is quite interesting. So as we know, like, if you're hopeless and you're forlorn, you can end up in the Painted World. And it seems like those followers, kind of with no purpose left after the Abyss Watchers were gone. Like, after the Abyss Watchers were gone, they were hopeless, you know, with Farron overrun, no Abyss Watchers. They had nothing left, and so they were ultimately drawn into the Painted World. Okay, so we got Frozen Weapon. This is going to give us some deep lore. One of the spells left behind by the young sorcerer Sullivan before leaving the Painted World. Sullivan was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland, since he had not yet experienced loss. So yes, we discussed Sullivan's origins. He is from the Painted World, and this was a world where people who had lost everything came, and so when he was born here and hadn't lost everything, he was like, I want to find something for myself, and so that played a role in him kind of setting out to gain power, which ultimately led him to the Profane Flame, which led him to Irithyll, which led him to the end of our sword.
Lol. Get fucked, Sullivan.
But that's a very interesting tidbit of lore that's super easy to miss, so I always try to mention it every time that, yes, Sullivan is from the Painted World. Also, as for this nastiness that I'm sure you've noticed, the weird red stuff, that is the rot that was mentioned by Gale and that Corvian that we met at the beginning of the DLC. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Down, boy. Bad dog! Oh my god. It's not supposed to come this far. Where did he
Wait,
go?
are they not supposed to follow you that far?
Wait, he's just gone.
Okay. Watch out for teleporting dogs.
Yeah, the painting canvas is rotting. And it seems like it's connected to the whole flame thing, and we'll learn about
Now
it.
thou art a blade of the dark moon, hunteth the enemies of the lords by the power of the dark sun.
Yehadon, thank you very much for offering a gift sub to Yamagat. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that okay. Make sure you thank them, and thank you very much. Okay, so these guys are not Farron followers. They're a little big, and they're a little Viking-y. These guys have been playing the hell out of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Or the Souls equivalent of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. God's sake. There we go. These guys are called Millwood Knights, and we have a lot to say about them, so we'll get to it in time. Astral Knights, thank you for the follow. My goodness, you are all being so good to me today. Did somebody promo me or something? Or has word just begun to spread? Thank you. Don't you hate it when that happens? So yeah, these guys are called Millwood Knights, and we'll be discussing them in depth once we get to their stuff. It's just kind of tricky to get to because you have to go through them, and they are the most bullshit enemies in existence. They just have so much health. Like, I played through this DLC on like a very high level character, and it's still like ridiculous how much damage they do. They do also have the single best bow in the fucking game, though. Gotta get his ass. Ah! Jesus, I did not expect that level of tracking on him. Please, give me a backstab. Their capes make it very hard to backstab. I can't see. Oh, okay. Oh, thank God. I was very scared for a second. But he actually led us to a lore item, so...
Thanks, dude.
Fate and stuff. There we go. All part of the plan. All part of the plan. I meant to do all of that.
I believe you.
Thank you. Ethereal Oak Shield. Char bronze shield used by Millwood Knights that slowly regenerates HP. This shield appears to be blessed by a great, if faded, image of the Ethereal Oak. Now, the Ethereal Oak is something that is kind of only vaguely touched on and is somewhat connected to Dark Souls 2, but just know that it's a spirit tree, kind of similar to the Curse-Rotted Greatwood from the Undead Settlement, but, like, not, you know, curse-rotted. It was a good tree. is what I'm getting at. It was like a really good tree. Really playing a dangerous game here. Umbral Ash of the Captain of the Millwood Knights. Long ago, when the Millwood Knights lost the forest they called home, they began a journey so long that even thoughts of their sworn enemy washed away, replaced by a vision of a cold and brittle wood. So, yeah, basically, these guys lost, like, their forest that they were connected to, and wandered for so long that they forgot the names of their enemy and ended up just kind of getting yeeted into the painted world. It's, you know, kind of a bummer. But what can you do? You know, that's showbiz. Now then, let's cross that rickety old bridge. Because I think I got everything we're gonna get from there. The computer's screaming at me.
Is it?
Yeah, I really didn't like that I was playing The Division 2 earlier.
I mean, is it a bad game?
I mean, it's good. It's just... Oh yeah, there were some drop-down items. I don't think there's anything really important there, though. If there is, I can fill it in. Anyway. So, we have a bunch of Corvians here praying to this building. And so, as we know, the Corvians dream of the painted world, and so it seems like they actually made it, and they are offering worship to whatever's in here. However, it seems like somebody busted down the gate, meaning... Well, I don't want to get too into it, but it's worth noting that the gate has been busted down. There's also a hollow gem here. Now, I should mention right now that a fair amount of the lore in this DLC is connected to an ending plotline we aren't going for. So, a lot of this has some bonus stuff when we do our New Game Plus run. However, there's a lot of really interesting stuff about the themes of the series. And, like, what to take away from it. And also, it, ties deep... It kind of reveals what happened to the painted world of Ariamis and those residing in it, like Priscilla. Because I know people were asking a while back, like, what happened to Priscilla? And you're gonna find out. You end up in the painted world because they lose purpose, and hollowing happens the same way. Hollowing... It's kind of confusing. Hollowing kind of is like when you lose yourself, like your identity, because you, like, die too many times. Like if you're undead, but if you truly become, like, forlorn and lose all hope and have nowhere to go, then you can be drawn into the painted world. So it's not quite like hollowing. Anyway, here's a fella. Here's a lad. He's, like, just standing outside in the cold.
Hey, lad.
Well,
He sounds like the dad from The Witch.
you look to be unkindled. No bell tolls. And yet you've slipped into the painting. Ah, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frida will guide you. Now go on inside, show respect, and listen carefully.
He's talking about Lady Elfrida is in there. And he mentions a bell tolling, causing the slipping into the painting. Which is really interesting, because it seems like you can be called to the painting. Now here we have a statue, similar to the statue originally found in the painted world of Ariamis, but it's a woman with a child, but with the head removed. Remember that. There's also a bunch of paintings, but we'll talk about those. First, we have to talk to this nice nun here.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frida. I have long stood beside our blessed Father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not, Ashen One. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world. But thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee, the bonfire here in this room.
Yeah.
A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee nonetheless.
So yeah, she seems pretty forlorn, and she's saying, like, you have a purpose, so get out of here.
Ah, yes. There is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. Ours is a chance encounter, to be sure, but perhaps it was meant to be.
Love the
Let
lilt of
this be a
amusement there.
remembrance of this cold world, a thing to help thee bear thy duty.
Thanks.
Now, return from whence thou camest. Thou'st a place in that world, and that alone is cause to rejoice.
I love that line.
Now, thou'st...
So, she gave us this ring, but she's basically saying she no longer has any place in the world for some reason. We're going to learn a lot more about Frida. She's a core focus of this DLC, and she's a really interesting character. So I'm looking forward to going in depth on her lore. But she's saying she has no place in the world anymore, and that we should be happy that we do have one. This ring would never grace Frida's hand, for the painting and its frost became her home. So it seems like, she had no place in the world, and then the painting became her home, and what that means we'll get into in time. Now, if we go up here, we can see something really interesting. We can see another painting in progress, and a bunch of different painting tools, but no painter. I know I'm introducing a lot of things and leaving them be, but I enjoy letting people puzzle things
Lady
out.
Frida has spoken, has she not?
Yeah.
Then tarry no longer, and be gone. There is one inside the cold painting. Curiosity could be your cross. Stray from the withering flame, and the snow will swallow you whole. There is one
Yeah, so he's saying, like, she seems nice, but he's saying, like, don't go looking around. Like, if you stray from the flame, something bad might happen to you. Which makes... he seems a little not nice. Fair warning for this DLC, there are some jump scares in the similar vein to Irithyll Dungeon. There are some enemies that, like, when you go by them will make a loud noise. It's not too bad, but I always like to give warnings because I know that can freak some people out. Yeah, the Ashen one is not super one that's like, I will definitely listen to directions. Ashen One, Toucher of Things. It's in the name. I actually think it's the opposite. I think the Ashen One's desire to find the truth leads to, the investigation that reveals the truth of the flame and whatnot. So yeah, Frida, the question is Frida Gale's lady? And it's possible, but it doesn't seem like it since she's not super interested in being shown flames. He's kind of happy with how it is. So his lady is probably somebody else. But who? That is the question. Okay. I love you. Okay. That is interesting. So that is some form of a Corvian. Kind of, you know, rotted away. Like, so these things are connected to the bird people. Yeah, they look a little rough. Ah! Sorry. Also, this area features some of the most frustrating enemies in the series. But yeah, we can see this village, you know, was made up of the Forlorn and Corvians, because it seems like being Forlorn is connected to being a Corvian, which could perhaps be like a Velka thing, since crows are associated with her. So, like, the mother of the Forlorn that Gale is referring to is probably Velka. And somehow, like, crow stuff helps you be drawn in there. Although it could also be Gwynevere. The two possibilities are her and Gwynevere. But we can see the rot all over this place. Now, also see this dude, a Corvian knight, and my arch-fucking nemesis. These dudes are insane. They can stunlock the hell out of you, and they have bleed buildup too. Not to mention having just a ridiculous amount of poise. Meant to do that. Whoa! Fucking hell. See what I mean? Oh god, yeah, don't even remind me about him in the SL1 run. It was a nightmare. Sick. This one is non-hostile, though.
Oh, well, there is nothing forlorn about you. You must be the other Ash, I suppose.
I am.
Oh, finally, you have come.
I also love this guy.
Oh, wondrous Ash, grant us our wish. Make the tales true. And burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. You are Ash, are you not? Is it not fire that you seek?
That's the same thing Gale said. So that's really interesting. Basically, he's saying, you know, this is their home, but he and other people, because he says, grant us our wish, want it burned away. Most likely because, you know, it's all rotten. But it's like, you know, what's going to happen?
Surely you've seen the rot that afflicts our world. But that which fooled the good father and buried the flame. After we had all made up our minds, too. So, please, grant us one wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her.
So that's a lot to take in. Basically, he's saying they all kind of made a deal they all wanted to burn, like, the world away since it was rotting and then, you know, make a new world. But some witch showed up and fooled the good father, kind of like a priest, who seems to have been, you know, the one that was going to burn the world away, and buried the flame, meaning this witch got rid of the flame that was supposed to burn the world away, and so now it's painting because now it's rotting because it hasn't been burned and repainted properly. I mean, to be fair, it is painting now.
Oh, please. It must be you. I am so terribly frightened of timidly rotting away like those fools on the outside.
I really find that line interesting. You know, he's saying, I'm so terrified of timidly rotting away like those fools on the outside. And that's an interesting sentence, and it's also one with a neat double meaning that I'm gonna come back to. Because he could be talking about, you know, the people out here, like, rotting. Oh, wow, I hit on. That's really cool. The people out here rotting look similar to him, so he might not necessarily be talking about them. When he's talking about those fools on the outside, it's possible he's talking about people outside of the painting. And we'll discuss the specifics of why you might believe that later. Like at the end of the DLC. I don't know if we're going to hit the end of the DLC today, but we'll probably get most of the way there, because like I said, it's a pretty short DLC. There's also an optional part with an optional boss, but the boss sucks and has no lore significance, so I'm debating if I want to do it. I might just do it just to show it off, but like, it's really pointless. Yeah, these guys kind of vomit up rot, like, because, like, they've begun rotting from the inside out just because of how fucked up the painting is. It's gross. Basically, what I'm saying is it's fucking gross. There's your deep lore for you. I keep saying, there's your deep lore for you. It's gonna become my fucking catchphrase. Thank you, Dude Snack. I need a catchphrase if I want to become a cool, funny, quirky VTuber. Make my living on Twitch and, you know, be able to eat. That's my future. I know. They make some nasty, nasty noises in this series. Oh boy. I'm gonna make it sweet. This is a really fun weapon, and it has some good lore too. Thrusting sword wielded by Corvian knights, and a special paired weapon. When twin-handed, brandish 4 thin-edged blades in the left hand. In their infatuation with Sister Frida, the Corvian knights swore to protect the painting from fire, and to this end took to the execution of their own brethren. That's fucked up. Basically, it seems like the witch that the Corvian in the building was referring to is most likely Frida. And it's like, dude, Frida, what the hell? She seems so nice.
Ah. Great letter.
Anyway. What was I saying?
Ashen one.
Yeah, we do need to get the painting to a conservator. So yeah, it seems like she was the one that tricked the good father, whoever that is, and buried the flame. She is opposed to the flame being, you know, burning the painting away and instead wants the rot version. But why is, you know, we're gonna have to look into it, but it seems like, you know, she's not a big fan of change. And then also these Corvian knights were so on board with her that they were willing to kill their own brethren, because their own brethren, you know, wanted the, you know, wanted the place to be rotted and burned away. Oy vey. Trying to get a look at a lore thing here, lads. Dude, I'm trying to help you. Anyway. So it seems like she's kind of more about stagnation. Anyway, important thing of note is that structure. Does it look familiar to anybody? If you know and have, like, if you've already played the game, don't say anything. Or, like, if you know what it is, don't say anything. But if you have not played it, feel free to shout out your guesses. I would love to hear what you all come up with. God, I really do sound like a teacher. Did I ever tell you guys that when I was younger, I wanted to be a teacher? Like, for real, not just Souls lore. Would have been wild if I wanted to be a teacher of Souls lore back then. But, anyway. Point is, I did want to be a teacher when I was younger. But I did not have the aptitude or the dedication to it. And I also just couldn't figure out what subject I wanted to teach. So being able to teach on here is, even if it's just like fake history, it's fun. I like getting to be a teacher in my own little way. I know that probably sounds kind of silly, because, like, it's just video game lore, but it's like, I don't know. I like getting to be a teacher in my own way. Oh yeah, that's the same thing. It does indeed look familiar. Is there anything in there? I don't trust like that. Thank you, hun. I do my best. I would love to be, like, a gay history professor. Getting to teach something you're passionate about is awesome, even if it's a video game lore. Thank you, Nico. You always know what to say. I really appreciate it. Yeah, no, I mean, I enjoy it. I love fictional worlds. Like, I have so much world building for Lock and Key, the game I'm writing. I have so much world building for it that's probably not going to make it into the final game because there isn't space for it. But, like, I love lore. I love telling stories. And I love, like, you know, talking about really neat, in-depth stories. Dark Souls printable diploma? That would be really cute. If you have the means to make it, you have my blessing. And don't forget to follow and subscribe. I mean, I make games. It's a thing. I already made the one. Well, I co-wrote the one. There's a really lore-important item in that building, but it has two awful enemies in it. The things I do for my students. Oh, yeah. Does anybody want to link, drop a Heart of the Woods link down there? Just want to do, like, exclamation point HOTW. Oh, I hate this fucking room so much. Okay. Way of White Corona. Nobody make the joke. We're better than that. I would hope. Ah! God, these things move so... Why do they have so much poise? They're naked. They should not have that much poise. I am, yeah. Is that also in there? I forget where it is. I'm a bad teacher. Oh, yeah. A long-lost Way of White miracle launches a white discus which slices into foes and returns to its conjurer. Long ago, when the imprints left by gods were still deep, miracles of the Way of White existed alongside Orioles. Those who yearned for the long-lost Orioles fully believed that they would return one day. I don't know what an Oriole is. I didn't do my research. Okay. I'll go back for it. Sinister System 1911. You get to pick a hat. Go nuts. Gives me a second to stretch. Oh my god, that was a lot of cracks. That was all my back. I don't know if y'all heard that. I got that glass bones paper skin. Alright, well, Sinister System, let me know when you, think of one. Anime oh, second from the bottom, middle row. Of course. I'm surprised nobody picked this yet. The Xanthus Crown. Anime backbreaking. How fucked up did my avatar look when I did that? Motherfucker. I knew that guy was there, and I still completely fell for it. Oh, I'm dead. Fudge. Fish. The hat, it does nothing, I know. But I suffer for my art. Anything for my students. Bro. That's a lot of damage. Dude. Dude. Come on. I just need to get out of his aggro range. It's a good-ass hat. Lessons learned. It's a good hat. Can't go wrong with a hat that long. It's true. Hydrate. Okay. Yeah, I have not completely gotten my camera working, so I'm sorry if my body gets all bent out of shape when I do stuff like drinking water. I do have stretchy disease, so it is to be expected.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
TrashOXO, thank you for the follow. My goodness, we've gotten a lot of follows this one. I think we're up to 593 now. That's amazing. There it is. Hello. Hi, Bella. It is. Okay. Listen, I'm a woman that prizes convenience, okay? I need to walk with a cane IRL. I am going to rest my feet in a game as much as I can. Slave Knight Hood. A cloth hood issued to slave knights, colored red to vibrantly signify their stature. Long ago, only the undead served as slave knights, warriors used as fodder in the bleakest of battles. They grew decrepit, their skin charred black and their bones twisted. Eventually, they went outright mad, but were never relieved from duty. Armor issued to slave knights. The fine craftsmanship made this a symbol of honor. Yeah, it's fucked up for sure. Like, basically, these slave knights back in the day, it mentions, like, undead were specifically used for that, meaning most likely the battles were not, you know, led by undead. It was probably, you know, gods that did that. Because you know how gods are. Except for Gwendolyn. Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely bird interrupted. So yeah, basically, in the past, in the Age of Gods, you know, undead were used as cannon fodder. And no wonder that Gale was pulled into the painted world. That sounds like a horrible life. But he made it in here, and it seems like his lady, somebody, as well as like the mother of the forlorn, offered him comfort. And he asked you to come in here to help burn the rot away. So even though he seemed a little odd and iffy at first, he wants us to help. Although the question of who his lady is, we still need to figure out. So I guess we'll go in here.
I've seen your kind.
Oh boy.
Time and time again. Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself.
I got some fucking agony for you right here. Oh yeah, his dialogue here is great, even if he's a simp. Damn. Not quite. Oh, you motherfucker. I forgot he could heal. Oh, that was a bad move. Typically, I cheese him, so it's been a while since I fought him. This is Sir Wilhelm, Frida's knight. Oh, that was almost very bad. What am I doing? Yeah, you can tell it's been a while since I last fought him. I'm also, like, trying to be cute with the parries, and I need to stop. Yeah, I mean, he does have the very good voice. Are you... Is he taunting me? He just taunted me. It is super deep for a skinny dude. He's all voice. He doesn't have food in there because he needs to make room for the voice. When will I learn? When will I learn? This is entirely my fault. I need to actually just fight him straight up. But I'm actually bad at fighting people straight up. I'm kind of bad at the game, so that is the problem. Yeah, he's just one giant walking vocal cord. Probably not. I'm sure it's very unique. Oh my god. That was panic.
Forgive me, my lady.
Oh, that was rough.
I swore an oath that I have failed you. Lady Elfrida.
Simp. Sorry, I had to get it out of my system. Now let's look at his lore. Somebody put the Dark Souls font over that. Just simp destroyed. Elfrida, the eldest amongst her sisters and leader of the Sable Church, bestowed this sword to her knight. Only the sword was a farewell gift, and acceptance signified the knight's resignation from Elfrida's service. Elfrida's black flame, enwreathed blade with black flame, born of the similarly hued flame that smolders within her. So it seems like Frida's connected to that black thing. Frida's connected to the black flame, and it seems like he didn't work for her at one point, but now works for her. As for why, we'll discuss it. But yeah, it's so funny that he works for her, but, like, he doesn't get to go inside. He has to stand outside, which is one of the reasons why we tend to consider him one of the biggest simps in the series, because he literally just, like, he stands outside. She doesn't even give him a chair or anything. It's so good. The key to the contraption leading to the attic of the archive found on the edge of the Corvian settlement. After Sir Wilhelm led a white-haired woman to the attic of the library, he kept this key as if it were his life. A white-haired woman. So that could be Gale's lady. It could be, since we know a white-haired woman in a painting, it could be Priscilla. So Gale's mistress may have been Priscilla. Except that's not Priscilla. That is a child. It is not your everyday child, though. She actually has some scales on her face and reptilian eyes. We'll get a closer look at her later, but she's drawing on the table.
I feel the scent of ash upon thee. Thou art the one of whom Uncle Gale spoke. The one to show me flame.
So this is Gale's lady. It's this kid. And this is the person you have to show flame to. Uncle Gale.
'Tis good. When this is done, may I return. The door is open thanks to thee. 'Tis good. I promised Uncle Gale
Enough to
I would.
paint. So, that's... Oh, that puts us overweight. I'm just gonna have to put on something that takes us back under. Looks kind of ugly. That'll work, I guess. So yeah, she is a painter, meaning she is most likely the one that was meant to paint the new world. But on Frida's orders, Wilhelm sealed her away here so she couldn't paint. She's adorable. Snowy Mountain Pass. This is actually the Dyatlov Pass, where all those hikers went missing and died in 1959. Fun fact. I love that pointless-ass door. It takes like 2 seconds to walk around and open it. There's literally no reason for it to be there. But there it is. It's like the appendix of Dark Souls. Anyway. Exactly, the one with Sean Bean narrating. Anyway. So, yeah, she's the painter, but it seems like, it seems like she needs to see flame, but not just like any old flame. Like, she needs to see the flame that will burn the painting rod away in order to paint a new world. That's like a thing. Anyway, we have to run through this area full of guys. Now, there's the bell. There's the bell that Wilhelm was talking about, meaning at some point it was knocked down, either intentionally or on accident, meaning it most likely causes people to not be beckoned to the painted world anymore. It's most likely that Frida and Wilhelm knocked it down because they, like, didn't want people sniffing around the painted world. Because they've been doing some shady shit. Show her the Chaos Flame? Do you think I just have the Chaos Flame on hand? You think I just got it in my pocket? This dress doesn't even have pockets. Actually, when we have a second free, I want to talk about my dress pocket conspiracy theory. Have I ever talked about my women's jeans theory? Oh, let me hydrate. Because I have a very specific theory about this, and it's bugged me for years. Like, I didn't get it when I was, like, a little girl, but I think once I became, like, a teenager, I figured it out, and it's bugged me for a while. Let me just run through this area. Yes, it's so they can be sold purses. Oh, ew. Yeah, the rot's all over the place here. Frida's for real, just like, this is fine. She's like, yeah, this is cool, actually. The question is why? I mean, they aren't upfront about it, so it's a conspiracy. Literally, damn, bitch, you live like this?
Be forewarned, eager Ash.
That's me.
Should this world wither and rot, even then would Ariandel remain our home. Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
That doesn't... She sounds a lot less nice now. Because now here she's saying, like, you know, make the... like, she's saying, like, we should let it rot and then it'll still be our home. She wants things to stay the way they are. The question, though, is why? Now, we also have all of these paintings, most of which are rotted, and they all seem to be of the same woman. There are two possibilities for who this woman is, one of them being Frida. But there's a theory about the other one. Anyway, our girl is here. She's got a lot of hair. Gives us a chance to get a better look at her face. You can see that, yeah, she does have scales on her face. And there's a specific camera angle that lets us get a nice, good look at it. Yeah, she has scales on her face, and she also has, like, red slit eyes. Like, she's not human. She seems to be more connected to reptiles. And we'll get into why that is. But we've had mention of, a dragon-like woman in a painting before. She's adorable.
Thou art Ash.
Yes.
Thou hast a pact made with Uncle Gale, so I wish to tell thee all.
Please do.
Behold its size. This is my canvas. It's to be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. But first, I must see flame.
So, she's, you know, she's not all about, like, making a world where the fire's linked or anything. She's saying, like, let's make a nice, cold, dark, and gentle place. Oh, yeah, her gestures are so cute. She actually has the longest single animation in the game. Zuli recently made a tweet about it. She has one animation that's, like, 50 seconds long or something. But yeah, so it seems like she is meant to make the next painting, but she can't.
I wish to paint a picture of a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day, it will make someone a goodly home. That's why I must see flame.
So, yeah, it seems like she's gonna make a new painting, and people can probably, like, escape into it when they burn up the new one. And so it's like, it is, a better world is possible, as it says, but, Frida seems very opposed to the idea. Anyway, time to go do some nasty. The flame is kind of, it's burning away the rot, but it's burning away the entire world, essentially. So there's a bunch of hidden walls here, and I forget where they are. Yeah, it's like, it's not just gonna burn the rot away, it's going to burn the entire world away, and she's gonna create a new world. And Frida is opposed to it because, like, she doesn't know what that new world's going to be. I mean, there are a few reasons why Frida's opposed to it, but, I'll get into it. But she's more about, like, better to be, you know, better to be in the shitty world you know than to go to a world you don't that could be better or could be worse. And it's like, I get it, you know? Like, I get it, I do, but... the world needs to move on. Oh yeah, aside from, like, one optional path... Exactly. We're going to be discussing the nature of that echo in at the end of the DLC, which, by the way, we're actually pretty close to because this DLC is ridiculously short. There's, like, one optional path we can tackle, but, like, it's really, really short. Which is why I don't think they should have charged $15 fucking for it, but, you know. The second DLC is infinitely better. Second DLC is amazing. My favorite Souls DLC. Oh yeah, it has some great weapons.
As ashes will be, ever seeking fire.
Ah! I put the controller down. Oh boy. There's a secret passage down there that I need.
Leave us be, Ashen One. Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy kind always have.
So it's interesting, there's a summon sign now for Slave Knight Gale. There's a very unique quirk about that specific summon sign, though. And this is one of the fights. I prefer to solo fights, but I'm going to summon the Phantom for this one just because there's story significance to it. I could have sworn this was it. No. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. This is so gross. It's so nasty. I hate it. Is there not... Fucking hell. Blinkspat, you're exactly right. It is a really interesting, like, reversal. And it's neat in that, like, it's not how it immediately appears. No, you're right on the money. Stay with that thought, because there's a lot more to discuss in that vein. Where is the secret door around here? This is gonna... This stinks. Is that it? Please be it. Thank God. Fuck off out of here. Anyway, the reason we're going down here isn't even for, like, an optional boss fight, but there's some really important lore here. And it actually, not only does it tie into a fan-favorite character, it actually ties into the one and only Miss Gwendolyn, everybody's favorite. Or should be your favorite. If she's not, you're wrong, but, you know. Everybody's wrong about something. Except for me. I've never been wrong. I'm not sure if you have to be embered for this. But I'll ember before we get down there, just in case. Anyway, you remember that building that I asked if it looked familiar? Let's talk about it, because we're heading to it right now. Because that building there is Priscilla's arena from Dark Souls 1. Which firmly canonizes that the Painted World of Ariandel is actually the same painting as the Painted World of Ariamis, but it's been restored once before. Like, the painting has been, you know, fixed with rot, you know, gotten rid of before. Probably by this, you know, person Ariandel. And this is where Priscilla is, but she is not here anymore. Unfortunately, we do have to, find out what happened to her. Pyromancer's Parting Flame has some important lore, but I will, get to that. My mad dark spirit, livid Pyromancer Denel. This dude uses Izalith pyromancy. And it's strong. Can you fucking stop? Okay, no parries this time. Well. Livid Pyromancer Denel has a lot of lore significance, which is why I'm doing this invasion. And it's one of the theories that I have that is somewhat more contentious. Not as controversial as my Ornstein theory, but definitely one that not everyone agrees with. Jesus Christ, Denel. Can you calm down? Where are you going? Dang. What's for breakfast? Ah. Also, for those of you that are not familiar, the word livid means, like, really pissed off. So this dude's fucking mad as hell. And he's clearly not gonna take it anymore. Oh, thank God. Outweaved. Floating chaos. Okay, here's some deep lore and fair warning. Tears ahead. Tears ahead, indeed. Pyromancer Denel was fascinated by the ceremonial art employed by the clerics of the Smoldering Lake. Chaos burns away in the blink of an eye, but was the primordial life born in the bed of chaos and a grievous symbol of Izalith's sin. Now, before I read the description of the Pyromancer's parting flame, I need you to remember something very important, which is that... Sorry, brain. The item descriptions are biased. Biased in favor of Gwyn and Gwyn's theory. Anyway. The pyromancy flame of livid pyromancer Denel that attracts the echoes of death. When Denel lost his hideous spouse, he gave his own pyromancy flame as an offering, which transformed into a parting flame. Not long after, Denel became a mad spirit, damned to wander the lands. So, given the location that we're in, and the fact that Gwyn's item descriptions are very biased against her, we can assume that Denel's spouse was Priscilla, which would mean that, unfortunately, Priscilla has passed away. I'm not happy about it either. Oh, that doesn't work. Yeah. She unfortunately passed away. It sucks. It's a shame indeed, and I'm not happy delivering the news. So, I'm right there with you. Now, you remember the statue with the missing head and the young girl? That is most likely Priscilla, which means that the painting child is most likely a child of Priscilla. So she's probably Priscilla's daughter. Now, you remember how I talked about Yorshka? Yorshka is part dragon. She's a crossbreed. And as we know from, like, my Dark Souls 1 theory description stuff, and again, this is more contentious, but I believe that given that Gwendolyn and Priscilla were close, were friends, I have reason to believe that Yorshka was Priscilla's biological daughter who was given to Gwendolyn when things started to get really dangerous in the painting. And not long after that, you know, Priscilla passed on. It's unclear in what manner she passed on, if it was natural or if she was killed, perhaps by Frida. But it's unclear. If she was killed by Frida, then that makes Frida one of the worst motherfuckers in lore. Just because that Priscilla's wonderful. But yeah, so Yorshka is not Gwendolyn's sister. She is her great niece. I guess that would be it. Her niece, Gwendolyn's niece's daughter? Would that be a great niece? I'm not sure how to put it, but that is their relationship to one another. Yeah, and again, that one's fairly speculative. I can't claim that as 100% canon, and I always try to denote when a theory is more speculative. But, I think there's enough evidence for it. Also, how do we know Priscilla died? It would be from... It's both she's not here and also, the mention of her being lost would and the the parting flame would mean that she is, gone in some respects, and gone in this series tends to mean dead, unfortunately. I wish it didn't, but what can you do, right? Man, I wish this camera had, like, hand tracking, because I am going nuts with my hands over here. Like, I tend to talk with my hands when I get really animated. I'm, like, gesturing all over the place. Anyway. So, real quick, Gale's summon sign is really interesting, because it's the only summon in the entire series that gives this message. This phantom will be summoned later at a separate location. And like I said, typically I don't do phantoms, but there's plot significance here, so... Well, that's...
Flickering once again. Not enough blood yet shed. My flail. Bring me my flail. Frida.
Oh boy.
What stops thine ears? Please, my flail. Right away.
I love his fucking voice. It looks like we found the good father. It seems like he is using his blood to suppress the flame. Also, real quick before we continue, I want to point to this tapestry. It's kind of hard to see, but it seems to resemble two figures of Ash. So that whole prophecy seems to be foretold here. My flail. Now, he seems to be, like, going willingly here. Like, he seems to be, like, okay with, Frida. Like, he's asking for help suppressing the flame. But he's also, like, bolted down and tied into his chair. So, like, there may have been some coercion involved. There's also this mummy here. Like this mummy with a death mask, but that's more like a symbolic thing, teasing a future game than anything else. There isn't super deep lore about it. Yeah. Anyway, he looks a little rough. So let's say hi. Yeah, it is. The mask and everything. It's a... like a symbol. Oh boy.
Bring Frida to me, please.
Looks like that rot got to him.
Canst thou not see?
I just realized how bad that's clipping through my armor. Alright, everyone behave.
Blood surge. I can see it. Feel it.
Oh boy.
Firstborn Father, we have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Time to fight her. And she has a scythe. None with a scythe. She's very susceptible to backstabs, but her backstab hitbox is really confusing. Yeah, she can turn invisible, similar to Priscilla. Like, how is that not a backstab? That was 100% her back. I love her animations, even if some of them are just straight up stolen from Bloodborne. Like, that looked like her back, right? That was easy. Nice and easy. Get ready for the longest mid-boss cutscene in the entire series. I'm not kidding. Also, loud noise warning. Uh-oh. He's a little mad. He's lost it, and that flame that they've been suppressing, it's not suppressed anymore. It's not suppressed at all. Oh boy. The flame revives her because you remember how it talked about the ashes being two? It's her. She is the ash. And here comes Gale to help show his lady flame. Frida! Can you not heal him, please? Oofa doofa. Frostbitten. Poisoned. Yeah. He's stuck to his chair. Oh yeah, the music here is really good. Oh, that's that. Sweet. We did it. Easy peasy. Uh-oh. Remember the talk about Black Flame? She has 2 scythes now. Shit. Oh boy. She's pretty cool. Wish she hadn't like murdered Priscilla though. That's kind of a point against her in my book. Oh shit. I just pressed the wrong button. She moves really fast because she's literally using animations from Bloodborne. So she's really difficult. Definitely one of the hardest fights in the series, in my opinion. Gale, please don't die. Where is your hitbox, lady? I think this is the only 3-phase fight in the series. I could be wrong. There might be one in Dark Souls 2. Wait, no. No, I'm wrong. Never mind. There's one in the other DLC. Oh, fuck. How is that not a backstab? See? Like, that's what I'm saying. Oofa doofa. She actually saved me. Oh, come on. Bad heal. Oh yeah, I forgot Pinwheel has 3 phases. First try. First try. That's for Priscilla. Motherfucker. She's very cool, but she killed Priscilla, and I can't let that stand. So we did pretty good. We really did that entire DLC in an hour. Like, literally not even joking. We did, like, except for one optional side bit, we did the entire DLC in an hour. Soul of Sister Frida. Frida was the first Ash to enter the painting, but together with the good father, they chose rot over fire. Yeah, she's a fascinating character, I think. Like, we will learn more about her, and I will give some more insight, but hang on.
Cannot paint a world. Those absorbed by fire must not paint a world. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten, Mother.
Yeah, we can go see the special tray.
I can hear the fire crackle.
Yeah, Mother there being Priscilla.
And soon, I will see it. My thanks, Ashen One. I will finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place, so that it might make a home for someone someday. My thanks, I will of a cold, so that it...
She should have some other dialogue here. I'm not sure if she says it if you have the second DLC installed, but the second DLC in some ways is a direct sequel to this one. I'm debating if we should see the special trait or if we should just, like... Or if I should just tell you what happens down there, because it's so pointless. Especially since a chunk of it involves cut content. Excuse me. I'm stretching. In the last hour, then we can start the second DLC, which means we'll probably finish the game on Saturday. I'm debating playing it on Wednesday. Would people want to see the finale on Wednesday or on Saturday? So yeah, let me know if you want me to bother going down into the place or just tell you about it. And then also, if you want to see the finale on Wednesday or Saturday.
Very well, then take... Farewell, Admace.
Okay, yeah, we'll do Saturday as planned. I have no idea what I'm going to do on Wednesday then, though. Oh yeah, Frida has, like, my favorite fucking weapon in the game. Frida's Great Scythe is maybe my single favorite weapon in the entire game. I'm not even joking. Yeah, it seems like most people are free Saturday, so we'll do Saturday. Oh my god, there's so much text. A great scythe wielded by Sister Elfrida, with a curved blade thinly coated by painted world frost that easily breaks the guard of shields. In the painting, the scythe is a symbol of a long-lost home, possibly explaining Elfrida's preference for it. Conjure a magic-bladed support scythe in the left hand while the great scythe remains in the right, a stance derived from Elfrida's former swordsmanship. Use normal attack to leap forward and swing twice, or strong attack to coat the earth with running frost. Rose of Ariandel. A flail used by the bulbous father of the painted world to shred his own skin, producing blood to appease the flame. Ariandel, being the restorer of the painted world, knew that it was painted with blood, and only blood could protect the secret. So, yeah, he was the one that restored the painting, and apparently the painting was made of blood, possibly Ariamis's blood, which is, one theory is that the woman in all of those paintings in Frida's chapel is Ariamis, like the original painter. But it's hard to say. I'm debating if I want to, like, actually put a bunch of points into the stats needed to wield it. Oh no, we'd have to rework a bunch of points to make it worth it. Rip. What can you do?
Welcome. Then take...
Yeah, we need, like... like 4 levels just to be able to wield it. Probably not worth it, right? I'm having an internal debate with myself because I just love the scythe so much.
Farewell.
What do you think? Should I go with the scythe? Is it worth swapping up my entire playstyle for the sake of the scythe? Probably not, right? Oh wait, no, never mind. I just used her soul. I can't get it anyway.
Very well. Then take
Oopsie doopsie. What can you do?
Farewell, Ashley.
I'll do the scythe next playthrough. So yeah, basically, Frida was part of the Sable Church, which we'll learn more about in our New Game Plus playthrough. But they're a group dedicated to, like, bringing on the Age of Dark. They were behind, like, the angelic faith and stuff. They were working with Koth. But something happened to her that caused her to change her mind. Beethoven 56, thank you. And so she tried to link the flame. We know that because she's unkindled. But she failed, clearly, because she's unkindled. And upon doing so, when she was woken up, completely despaired, like she'd betrayed her life's mission and for nothing, and so she was sucked into the painting. And after what happened in the past, she was hesitant to, you know, allow the world to be burned away again because of what went wrong last time. And so she chose to let the painting rot. She convinced Ariandel, and the two of them kind of shut down everybody that wanted it, and that most likely included Priscilla, tragically. But yeah, that's what's up. That's the tea, the skinny, etc. Anyway, I'm gonna go run to the restroom, and then when I am back, we will place the lords upon the thrones. I hope you are ready for some really, really cool shit. And once we do the really cool shit, we'll probably jump into the second DLC. Should we go ahead and do that tonight, or do you want to, just kind of futz around for the remaining hour? I'll let you all decide while I run to the restroom. DLC it shall be, then. Give me 1 second to get settled in, and then we can get started. But first we have a really, really good cutscene to cover. And then we have one of the most gorgeous views in the entire series. Gorgeous view ahead. Oh my god, we're really like 6 followers away from 600. That's insane. Thank you again, like for realsies. I did not realize how much I move around when I stretch my neck. It's so violent. Anyway.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
Shin Godzilla, thank you for the follow. That brings us to 595. Love the name, too. It's a good-ass movie. Anyway, tears ahead, by the way. But ain't that just the word of the day? Or 2 words. Aldrich's nasty skull. The fact that his chair literally, like, has a tarp on it. And we do, unfortunately, have to offer up what was left of Lorethrough, but we've made our decision. We are going, like, he decided to let the flame fade, and that didn't work out, but we are going to put an end to the flame to vindicate him. So even if he is dead, we will carry out his wish. So anyway, when all of them are in place, she moves to the flame. Her dress glitches out a bit, but you know, what can you do? I still remember, like, turning around the first time and after placing them all and seeing her walk towards the flame silently and just being like, oh shit.
The 5 lords sit their 5 thrones, all thanks to thee, most worthy of lords. Ashen One, with the lords as thy witness, bend thy knee afore the bonfire's coiled sword, and let the lord's embers acknowledge thee as their true heir, a true lord, fit to link the fire. Ashen One, if thine ambassador, farewell, mayst.
So before we do that, some of these characters in here have some unique dialogue. Not sure if all of them do, but Carla has a really excellent unique line. Oh no, he doesn't have... He doesn't have any of that. It might just be Carla, because she's very unique. Actually, Arena might have one. Also, Carla and Arena, that's a god tier ship right there. There's your deep lore.
Oh, champion of you. You know, in my eye with a bit of terrible. You know, I with a bit of terrible. Godspeed, champion of Ash. May your solemn duty conclude in triumph.
Thank you. So all of them are like, go on, link the fire. You got this, homie.
I do not begot. What is it?
Except Carla has a little something different to say.
Ah, yeah?
If I did it right anyway.
Oh.
I love this.
Are you lost on your journey? No matter. Today's lost are conquerors tomorrow. It only demonstrates the makings of a champion. And besides, whatever your choice, it will not change my sense of gratitude, or how I think of you. Do stay safe.
I love those lines. She's the only one here. And this happens even if you don't, you know, give the Firekeeper the eyes. She's the only one here who says, like, it's okay to not link the fire. Here we go. Here we go.
Noble lords of Cinder.
Goodbye, Ludleth.
The fire fades. And the lords go without thrones.
Poor Lorethrough.
Surrender your fires to the true heir.
Let her grant death. To the old gods of Lorethrough, deliverers of the first flame.
So, the ashes and the embers, well, cinders of the lords came together to give us the strength to travel to the Flameless Shrine, which is kind of like a future version of Firelink Shrine. Like, it is the shrine, but it kind of let us travel to the future to a point where we can link the fire. And as for, like, granting death to the old gods of Lorethrough, there's some more to that, but we'll cover it. But yeah, so we've mentioned before, you know, the whole churning lands and the fire drawing places into it and the fading fire causing the eclipse. I bring this up for a reason, because you're about to see a sight. This is the ultimate result of allowing the flame to fade. The world itself collapsing and converging on the kiln of the first flame. That's what Gwyn allowed to happen. Oh yeah, absolutely. But before we go ahead, there's somewhere else we have to go. Oh yeah, no, it gives me chills too. And now we're in that wreckage. This is the Dreg Heap. We're traveling through all those collapsed lands. And who's this nice lady?
Oh, your head's square on your shoulders, is it? I thought that clamoring tin can was the last. But here we go again. What is it you want from this old stone-amped hag?
I love her.
I've nothing for you, not a smithereen. I just like to stand here and take in the view.
I have business with you, ma'am.
Well, that came out of nowhere.
I love her.
You think an old stone-amped hag would be brimming with goodies? I've none of that, not a smithereen.
She actually sells one of the best items in the game. Doesn't really have any deep lore associated, but... Oh yeah, her dialogue is great.
At the close
of the
so age of fire, all lands meet at the end of the earth.
Bye, Hippo.
Great kingdoms and anemic townships will be one and the same. The great tide of human enterprise, all for naught. That's why I'm so taken by this grand sight. This must be what it's like to be a god.
I love those lines. The way that she's saying that human enterprise is such a joke to the gods, that everything we humans do is nothing to them. But at the end here, when all the gods are long dead, but some humans still remain, humans win, kind of. Minus the fact they're still slaves to the fire, so they're still shackled with Gwyn's curse, but they get to see the experience that gods see.
Oh, if you just can't stop yourself, at least hear this. Far below, there's a deep, dark hole carved out of a tree. From time to time, voices brim from the depths of the cavity even now. Mutterings of the very demon that Prince Lorien spoke of, I'm sure.
Now that's
Horrible
interesting.
sounds of an afflicted thing, yet cursing men. At the cloak.
So,
Keep your
she knows Lorien, or at least knows of Lorien. Meaning she at some point was present during the era of Lorethrough, and that is relevant, and we'll get into it later. But for now, let's see that site that she's so taken with. Because it's pretty fucking incredible. The entire world just converging in on the flame. But there's somebody else who came through here. Somebody left a bit of red cape. It's Gale. Because Gale is searching for something here, and he's leading us. It just says, take the plunge. Now, before we do, I'm going to go and try to talk to the painter girl. Because she has some unique dialogue about why Gale is here. I'm not sure if it plays if you have the second DLC. So if she doesn't say it, I will just read it off myself. I'm not going to attempt to do her voice. I know I did Lothrich's voice, but I could not do the painter's voice.
My thanks. I can almost see the flame.
Oh, yeah.
Soon,
Here we go.
Uncle Gale will bring me the pigment. I wonder if he has found it. The dark soul of man.
That's what he's
I wonder
after.
if the dark...
No, we got it. He's saying that down there at the bottom of the Dreg Heap, where he's traveling, is the dark soul of man. Because, again, the painting's made in blood. And there is blood that stems from the dark soul. And so that's what he's after, and he came all the way here. Because here's the thing, right? Like, we got to teleport here, because this is way, way, way far in the future, right? But he had to take the long way around. He's been looking for the Dark Soul this whole time. And yeah, when she's talking about the Dark Soul, she actually means, like, the one found by the furtive pygmy back in the beginning and the first cutscene of Dark Souls 1. Also, for those wondering, this is not snow. This is all ash. Because it seems like the more, like, the flame was linked, the more, yeah, the more the world was burned up. As for these guys, these are essentially dregs personified. You remember when we talked about soul dregs, when we were talking about the deep? Jesus Christ, that's... They do a lot of damage. Yeah, if you'll notice, their faces look like humanity sprites. An interesting piece of note that, you know, when we talked about the deep, we talked about how the dregs of the soul kind of all fell down to the bottom. This is the bottom. This is where they all coalesce. That's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
He's got a clump of abyss for a head.
That's no good.
It is good as a weak point, that's for sure. Not my problem. So that dude is called a Herald Knight, and I'm not gonna get too into him yet, but yeah, the head is abyssal. Oh, that's what the problem was. The aquamarine dagger is so cool. A dagger fitted with aquamarine crystal, engraved with a prayer in the old tongue to ward off incident. So it was a parting gift given to one set off on great travels. We'll come back to the great travels thing later. So no head, indeed. Every time I play through this DLC, someone makes that joke. I think I've played through this DLC, like, several times. No, we're fine. Murky hand scythe. Red Hood, you got it. Give me a second. Take the plunge. That's... That's an angel.
Is there...
Oh wow, that puts us way over the weight limit. I'm gonna have to rework the outfit then. All that talk about the angelic faith, that's one of them.
They're so scary.
Doesn't look super friendly. Looks kind of made of roots. You know what it looks like? It looks like the pilgrim butterflies, but like expanded on. I'm afraid. Understandable. Be not afraid. A short-shafted hand scythe wielded by the Merkmen who rise from the depths. So that's what those guys are called, the Merkmen. Merry Christmas. Yeah, they also shoot lasers at you that can kill you really, really fast. They got nerfed, and even after they got nerfed, they're ridiculous. No, that's an angel. So here are some Lothric Knights, meaning we are in the remnants of Lothric, and they're all covered in these vines that have grown out of, you know, after how long they've been here. Do you see those sick fucking iframes? Unbelievable. How does she do it? How's she do it, folks? Thank you, my love. Get fucked. Well. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's homosexuality. So yeah, this really highlights, you know, the fact that this is literally, like, remnants of a bunch of places. Like, we are... Where we're at right now is, like, remnants of Lothric Castle. Ah! Sorry. I got spooked. Oh yeah, there is also some big-ass dead snakes from some era we were not privy to. It's been a long time. So yeah, these guys turn into, like, these giant balls of humanity. Well, soul dregs. Those are the soul dregs that the deep was all about. My god, sorry, that's loud. Nice. They don't call it the Ringed City for nothing. We got rings.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Hey, ring-a-ding-ding. It doesn't really have anything. This does, though. A sorcery that fires great dark soul dregs that have stewed for ages far within the deep. Some of the merkmen who rise from the depths are possessed by soul dregs, which have a grave likeness to the human form. Oh yeah, that's a big snake there. Alright, I will stretch. Gotta let them stew, bring out the flavor. You're absolutely right. Oh yeah, I should drop my links. I haven't in a while. Don't forget to follow and subscribe, or donate if you're feeling spicy. So this is very interesting. That angel is actually being controlled by this thing, which is coming out of the back of one of those Londor pilgrims. Meaning that this is kind of what they were attempting to become. Like, this is the ultimate form of the pilgrim. And yeah, when you destroy them, the angel disappears. So it's kind of like... how best to put it? The angel is the form that they were aspiring to become, but they didn't 100% make it, and so they, like, attack on sight, and there's still this, like, writhing lump of themselves left, rather than being able to turn into pure angels. And that takes us all the way back to the beginning of the game. Isn't that exciting? Back at the beginning of the game, when we find Yoel, if you remember, he's, like, praying along with all of those other pilgrims, and he's saying, "Grant me death, undo my shackles." That's because all of those other pilgrims were attempting to become pilgrim butterflies, and they did.
Hugs for both Harley and Rachel. Love you both.
Oh, we love you too, Bella. Thank you. And thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it.
Oh.
Did I say wazoo? But yeah, basically, they attempted to become pilgrim, or like they were pilgrims, and they became pilgrim butterflies, and those pilgrim butterflies were flying towards the eclipse, and possibly towards Lorethrough Castle, which is why they were all praying like that. And so it seems like those ones did actually succeed in becoming angels eventually. It's really interesting. But we'll be discussing the angelic faith more on our New Game Plus playthrough. But there's a connection. Anyway, time to go meet a friend. Because believe it or not, there's somebody here that doesn't try to kill us. As this lad. Because you remember the stone-humped lady mentioned a tin can coming through.
Oh, look at you.
Here's the can.
You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this god's forsaken crag. Call me Lab. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that. I have a feeling we're going to make a fabulous team.
Me too.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
He seems nice.
Oh, in all honesty, there's something I should tell you. I'm hollow. Yes.
No, she's referring to
I
Lab.
play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was, or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. That's why I've come here, searching for the Purging Monument. Said to be in the Ringed City, where the pygmies who found the Dark Soul at the Dawn of Fire reside.
That's...
All I can say is, those little stones
he just
aren't
dropped
doing
some
much to
big
help me
info.
remember anymore. Well, that's the long and short of it. So if I completely forget who you are, don't be wroth with me. Come on. What else can I say? I'm a bloody hollow, for heaven's sake.
I hope he finds it. But he just dropped some deep fucking lore, too. Basically, he said that at the bottom of all of this is the Ringed City. And the Ringed City is kind of a big deal, because we've heard about the furtive pygmy before a lot, but we haven't really heard much about pygmies, like, as a species. And apparently they have a city called the Ringed City at World's End, because, like, the end of the world is... Oh god, oh god. Whew.
It's fine, you're fine.
The World's End is, like, an actual physical place in Souls. Like, literally, like, the bottom of the world. And apparently the pygmies are there, and there's also something called the Purging Monument, which can undo hollowing. And we'll discuss the Purging Monument in depth, but...
That's what he's looking for, right?
Yeah, and also, if the pygmies are at World's End, the pygmies have the Dark Soul, so that explains why Gale is here, and why Gale is looking for the Dark Soul in this specific place. With me so far? Oh yeah, here's some really good dialogue from her.
Strange. What done?
Inquire of the Ringed City.
Why, where did you hear that name, love? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I know. The Ringed City is said to be at World's End. Past this heap of rubbish as far as one can go. But you'd better think twice. The forsaken Ringed City was walled off by the gods to contain the pygmies. And the Dark Soul is better left well alone.
So that's interesting. It seems like it was a city built for pygmies, but she's saying it was sealed off, like, to continue, like, to contain them.
Well, that's just fine. It's a rare thing to have a true duty.
I love her.
Don't go and take it for granted, I suppose. Won't do any better than this. Not you, or that poor tin can. You're not willing to...
Well,
don't run off and die,
line.
love. It's a nicer view with you in it.
Thank you, Grandma.
I love you, Grandma.
Thank you. That's so sweet. It's a nicer view with you in it, ma'am.
And she's like, oh, what do you see in me? I'm just a silly old hag. And it's like, but you're so sweet.
I love you, Grandma. I love you, Grandma. There's actually some lore associated with who exactly she is, but we're gonna have to get to that.
That's a story for another time.
Clearly she's a pilgrim. Like, she has the outfit of a pilgrim. Or at least she has the rock on her back. Hey, Lap made it.
Oh, I know who you are. Great to see you still in one piece.
Thank you.
I can see why they call this the Dreg Heap at the world's end. Mangled remnants from every age and every land. It actually sort of lends credence to the old rumors that the ringed city rests below it all. Don't mind me. You needn't worry yourself with this nonsense. I just wanted to tell someone. I'm sick of old Humpty.
Hey.
I should stay quiet. Wait. I'll make it up to you. By letting you in on a secret of sorts. Past here, you'll find the remains of a giant earthen tower, half submerged in a poisonous swamp. Not a very nice place to visit. Only there's precious treasure in the thick of the swamp. I didn't have any use for it, you see. So, sorry, I left the whole package behind. If I get the chance, I could go fetch it for you. But if that's too long to wait, go nab it for yourself. I know who you are. A righteous warrior.
I love Lap.
Yes? With a solemn duty to boot. Well, grab that treasure. That's as good a duty as any.
I love Lap. He's a sweetie. I want to use up my souls because, I'm about to attempt to pull off something very stupid. It's getting late enough that I'm wondering if we should pause here. We can go on for a little longer. We're getting fairly close to another boss, and I want to save that next boss for next time. Where'd the Goddard? Oh, I should grab that. Might need that later.
Like that.
Yeah, no, his VA is really good. He's a sweetie. It's nice to just have this, like, cheery bud at the end of the world. I'm a sucker for tropes like that. If there's any way we can get up to like 60 something. Probably at most have like 30 here. We might be able to, actually. No, fuck. I just nearly wasted the thing. Still haven't decided what to do with Rosaria's soul. Oh my god, I'm like 100 short or something.
Well, that's annoying.
Ashen one.
Well, I have a...
Then I am 1,000.
People seem to have a habit of stalemating with me. Like, whenever I do a Twitter poll, it's the same thing. It's always a tie. I wanted to use those up because I'm gonna try to do something dumb. Something I spent like 10 plus minutes trying and failing to do last stream, so we might be here a while. It's an angel. Of course fucking thralls made it to the end of the world. Those motherfuckers will never let me have a moment of peace. We might be here a little while. While I do this, we do some fucking Dark Souls Toho. Yeah, I think the angels, it's kind of like the angels are hollow. Like, not literally hollow, but it's kind of like they went mad because they failed, and that's why there's, like, the weird lumpy things coming out of the pilgrims. I went too far. I really thought I was gonna nail it that time. But now I can do a brief Q&A because holy shit, we covered a lot. Oh yeah.
Oh, there you are. Perfect timing. You remember that treasure? In the thick of the poison swamp. Well, I fetched it for you. As promised. Oh, it was only a hop and a skip. I needed a rest from old Nan over there. Here, go ahead. It's yours. Maybe it'll help you with that solemn duty of yours.
I love that. He's like anti-patches.
It really is a dreck heap, mangled wreck.
Hey, Will. Yes, you are time traveling. We should throw that slab like a frisbee at the angel. That's a good idea.
I wish you could do that.
Anyway, we can do brief Q&A right now. Does someone want to drop my links again? We,
Last time. You can drop your links.
That's true. I always like to spend a little bit just screwing around. Thank you, Bella. Don't forget to follow, subscribe, and donate. Just do it all. What?
Order dinner tonight, but I'm like, no, I shouldn't.
I'll order too. That is the struggle. Why the fuck things cost money? Can I land that? Probably not, right?
Holy shit.
It happened. We made it happen. It's real. You. I told you it was real. I told you I could do it.
We all believe in you.
Thank you, my love. Can't believe Gale made it through here. What a Chad. He's a foxy grandpa. First try indeed. Now then. Down there is the next boss, which we're not doing just yet, but there's a few other things. It's worth noting that this area that we can go down into, nothing will stop Gale when finger pain is on the line. Exactly. The area that we're gonna head down into is actually an area from Dark Souls 2, which is kind of neat, because it shows, like, you know, he wasn't kidding when he said mangled remnants from every age and every land. Like, you do get snippets of every game in the series throughout the Dreg Heap. I kill so many angels in this DLC, I should have named my character Bayonetta. Booby armor. Oh yeah, I need to infuse the Goddards. The Desert Pyromancer garb is very scantily clad, and the main reason I'm aware of it consistently is the fact that at one point, when I allowed people to donate to pick my outfit, people kept donating, like, throughout the stream to make me wear the scantily clad armor. Meme weapon. Meme weapon. Unusually shaped paired great shields resembling great doors. Heirlooms of the knight who is known as the protector of the meek, yet who failed to protect anyone. That's such a bummer.
Jesus. Oh, man.
What?
I just found out something fucking devastating.
What?
DoorDash has been charging me for Dash Pass. I don't ever remember signing up for it. It's been charging me $9.99 every month since June.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I don't even use DoorDash. When did this happen?
Can you, maybe you can, like, talk to them?
Maybe.
Because, like, you literally don't have DoorDash installed.
Yeah. Because I saw it charged on my credit card and I was, not my credit card, sorry, my debit card.
I hate... Gotta love capitalism. Even in the DLC, there's the poison swamp. I'm genuinely 1000% like convinced that the swamp was put here as like a troll move. Like they knew everybody was like, why is there always a poison swamp? And they were just like, let's just put another one in. Fuck it. You know, the angels do love to scream. It's like, I get it. Me too. Why do you think I do this? Do you get text notifications when your card is used?
No.
Maybe that might be worth setting up. Yadon suggested it.
Yeah, I probably should see if I can set it up.
Gotta love capitalism. God's sake. Oh yeah, I forgot I can curse you too, because fuck you, apparently. Die. I'm going up here so I can shut down the other angel, and then we'll probably wrap up for the evening in a second, but I just want to shut down the angel so we can explore this area at our leisure. Fuck off. I don't use buffs, I just never bother. I've like never used them until I did my SL1. Which probably made the game a lot harder for me, but it's like, whatever. Yeah, there's also a certain NPC around here that I guarantee you some people here will never forgive me if we don't meet, so... Because you're all gay. I can't take you people anywhere. I'm kidding, I do appreciate all of you. I don't know, maybe you just need to get good. Oh, it's so satisfying. Yeah, I also really enjoy using boss weapons, so I can't, you know, buffer infuse them. At least Cinders adds the ability to buff, like, all weapons except Frida's Scythe, because fuck me, I guess. Alright, all we don't have is the hood. I think now is a decent place to stop. Then we'll come back on Saturday and finish it off. I think Saturday will be our last Dark Souls 3 lore through, and then we will be getting on to Dark Souls 2. I may cry during the final Dark Souls 3 lore through because this is my favorite game of all time, and I have really enjoyed going through this lore through. I've enjoyed it like a lot more than the first one, which I also love, but like this one has been very special, so I hope you will all come by for the finale, and I will... If you're here, you know, if you're here on Saturday, just shout out so I can say hello. And yeah, thank you all so much for coming by. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, I will see you guys on Wednesday with something? I haven't figured it out yet, but we'll do something very, very fun, I promise. Or it'll just be something completely random. We'll see. Anyway, have a good evening, everybody. Make sure you hydrate. Venmo me $100. Stan Gwendolyn. Yeah, good night, Nico. Glad you could make it. And yeah, believe in yourself. Always. Good night, everybody.